Morning, Shaman.
The day is a review day, so we're going to be doing lots of different things. And so let's give people a few minutes to still keep connecting. I think we have about between 50 and 60 joining us today.
Can you guys hear Greg okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Good.
Yes.
Okay. Good, good. Thanks, guys.
How many?
We have 37 right now.
Okay, I think we're still waiting for about 15 people. So we'll just give it a couple more minutes and then we'll get rolling.
I think most of you guys have done Zoom with Greg by this point, but if not, we'll just kind of treat it a little bit like usual, but because it is going to be a lot more interactive today, you guys are going to try to just keep the background sounds off and keep you guys muted if he's lecturing anything, but otherwise I'm going to just let you guys ask him questions and kind of go, but I'll try to regulate the sound so there's not too much background sound for you guys. And if you want to type in a question into chat, my name will be Apothecary Geek. And so you can ask me questions. I mean, you can do it to everyone and I'll see those as well.
So what you're saying is you're a self-proclaimed geek.
Mm. Yeah.
I'm a geek too.
Aren't we all, Greg?
Yeah, I think if you're tapping into this, you're some form of a geek. Oil geek, spiritual geek, something. Geeks are good. Geeks are fun. I've been a geek my whole life, so. How's everybody?
Great.
So one of the things that I'll announce it again towards the end of the class as well, but Tuesday night, 6 p.m. Central Time, we're going to do a 2-hour review on the materialization class. And that will be open to everybody, even if you haven't had the materialization class or the higher creativity class. It will be open to everybody, actually. So it'll be for about 2 hours. And so if you can't make it for that time, we will send you the recording if you let us know. So we're going to do some more study groups as the next few weeks progress. And keep that going even when all the quarantine stuff raises, we're able to start functioning again. We're going to still continue with the study groups.
And you want me to put this on Plant Prana Q&A, right?
Yeah.
And just so everyone remembers, for like asking Greg questions, for just asking the group questions about, you know, oils and stuff, Plant Prana Q&A is where it's at. So sometimes it's hard to ask Greg questions. If you go ask them on Plant Prana Q&A, a lot of the students are able to answer, and I'm also on and letting Greg know the questions. And so again, it's our best way right now. It's on Facebook. It's a private group just for Greg's students. And he's also going to have us start putting more, you know, videos and applications for what he's taught on. So if you're not a member, go ahead and asked to join. And this is just until our website gets more up and ready for that.
Yeah, there should be a change with the website in about 2 weeks where there's more educational information for you guys. Also, we'll have all the class dates so that you can review whenever you'd like. So how many are we?
We're up to 47 right now.
Okay, we're getting close to the amount of people. I think we're expecting close to 60, so we're at almost 50. So we're going to get rolling just because I like to do as much as we can in our time. So thanks for joining me on this Saturday, and let's have some fun today. So it's an unofficial class. So we are going to talk a little bit about relationships, but we're going to talk about things that we don't normally talk about in classes as well. So it's not just going to be a review of things we've already done, but deeper, in-depth applications to things we might have already learned. You know, one of the things that happens when we teach things in classes is we're teaching a concept, but the applications can be in much greater depth than what we can talk about in a class. So one of the points of having the study groups is we can take the piece of one of the classes and go down the rabbit hole with it. And so with that, today we should have just called this review going down the rabbit hole. So we're going to do several different things. We are going to touch on relationships a bit. We're going to touch on some single oils and do some education on single oils. We're gonna do some things from psychotherapy, which would apply to relationships, and always questions and answers and things like that. But right off the bat, one of the things that I'd like to do is we don't talk about it except for like maybe in one class, is in pretty much every book there is the front end is all the different applications, right? And so if you take any book and you flip it open to that, at the very last page of the application section, it says the empowerment technique, the power of the empowerment technique. And so with that, we're going to go through and we're going to do an empowerment technique with one of the oils that you have. Now, you should have several of your oils kind of scattered around you because we are going to do some protocols. And since we didn't send out kits, pull out some of your favorites. Definitely hyssop should probably be around you if you have it. Mugwort should be around you, but just kind of pull out some of the oils that you like to play with, and we'll kind of go from there. Now, the empowerment technique is about building a relationship with a plant. Right? It's about building a relationship with the plant. And so I would say if you don't have a piece of paper and a pen, you should pull that out, and let's start making ourselves some notes. Okay, so now pick a plant. It's going to be different for everybody. You could do it with mugwort, you could do it with hyssop, you could do it with any plant that, even if it's something you feel you know really well, pick out a plant that you like working with, and we want to develop a deeper relationship with this plant. The difficulty that happens when we're dealing with essential oils is we a lot of times think about it from the point of view of a Westerner. Like, what does this plant do? What symptoms does it alleviate? And how do I use it? It's fine to think about it that way, but the plants and the essential oils have a lot more dynamic activity than simply the reduction of some symptoms. And so a lot of times you want to look at it more from the point of view of how you would like a person, right? You look at it from the point of view of what's its personality? What is it capable of? What does it do that is maybe non-specific to treating conditions, but it gives you a sense of well-being, or it shifts a way of thinking, or it has some psychological impact, or, we start to even get into character types of, this plant works good for some people, but it doesn't work good for everybody. Why is that? It most likely is because different character types start to respond to plants in a different way, right? And so we want to start looking at this more from a point of view as you're developing a relationship with this plant that's ongoing rather than just going, this plant is good for these 5 things, and this is when it comes up, this is what I use it for. That's very limiting, and it starts to kind of pigeonhole the plant. A good example of that is if I bring up the term echinacea, you would think colds and flus, right? But echinacea, you know, it does many, many things. One of the things I used to use echinacea for is actually the treatment of herniated discs. You know, that combined with a couple other plants, we used to use herbs to not just alleviate the pain, but actually get the disc back into place. And so echinacea was very good for that. The reason echinacea works so good for that is it's a blood purifier. And so when you take out the toxicity of the blood, the inflammatory material, it starts to clean up the blood so that it becomes easier to release muscle and fascia, and then it becomes easier to take pressure off the spine and get the bone to pop back into place. And so, you know, it's usually combined with different herbs, but echinacea actually even has an impact on self-image, self-esteem. And so you wouldn't think of echinacea as having some sort of impact like that, but echinacea is much more profound than simply something you take for when you have a cold or a flu, right? And so we want to go past the symptoms. We want to go past what we think it's good for and start to develop a relationship for it. There's been times where I've suggested a plant for the person, and they'll say, well, why should I take this? Like, what's the symptom? What's it going to do for me? And my response, and I'm not joking, I would go, I'm not sure. I just know that this is good for you. And so what you're doing is you're trying to help the organism shift. And if you look at it from the point of view of indigenous cultures, you know, you're starting to look at the healing process through different eyes. A lot of times we want to get back to the place where we were. We want to get back to the place where we were comfortable, or something happened and we want to undo it so that we can just get our life back on track. Well, sometimes things happen and we have to go through them. It makes our body stronger, it makes our immune system stronger, or we might be learning some lesson or growing or evolving through whatever that situation is. And so a lot of times what we're doing when we're healing is we're just engaging the stress response and just trying to get things back on track. In the Native American tradition, when something would happen, they would refer to it as medicine. Like, oh, you know, I got bit by a snake. That was, you know, snake medicine. Because whatever process that they had to go through to heal that condition also helped them grow as a person, helped them come closer to their true nature, right? And so we want to look at these things as medicine with a big M rather than medicine with a small m. And plants are wonderful, wonderful teachers. And they do help this process of learning, growing, and evolving that just a pharmaceutical does not do. We're not just trying to simply replace pharmaceuticals with a natural substance. We want to look at medicine with a big M, right? With a big M. And so that is a very different perspective. That's more than just bringing the body back into balance. That's more than just undoing what's happened. We want to grow and learn as a person, as a human being. We want to get closer to our true nature. We want to learn whatever lessons that we need to learn. We want to also be able to change our perspectives, right? So with this, we're going to be exploring some of these things as we go through and do this. And this is going to be the first of many study groups where we start talking about single oils and what they're good for and how to use them, as well as different applications, right? So right now we're going to do the empowerment. So choose an oil, and open up the bottle and just take a couple inhalations.
Sorry. Don't worry.
What's that?
Sorry about that. I'm trying to post the empowerment thing on Facebook, and somebody's thing was crazy.
Okay, we're posting it on Facebook as well. So if you don't have it in a booklet, we're gonna post it on the, is it on the Q&A?
Yeah, Q&A.
So we're posting the empowerment technique on the Plant Prana questions and answer. Okay, so, but I'm also going to guide you through it. So go through and just inhale a few times and then put the cap back on the bottle and write yourself some notes about it. Write yourself some notes about how it smells, how it made you feel, what happened with your mind. What happened with your body. Okay, so now you're going to do a thing. You're not doing this with the plant. You've put the plant down, you've put the bottle down, and now you're going to simply do a technique. So you're going to do what you call abdominal breathing. Abdominal breathing. So that means, like, if you put your hand here and your hand on your abdomen, when you inhale, the belly expands, the chest doesn't move. When you exhale, the belly compresses. Again, the chest is not moving. So abdominal breathing is inhale, belly out. Exhale, compress. Inhale, belly out. Exhale, compress. Right? You're not chest breathing, you're abdominal breathing. So if you have a hard time doing it, it takes a little bit of practice, but you're also relaxing the diaphragm, right? So when you relax the diaphragm, you shift more from fight, flight to rest and repair mode. You start using a different part of your brain. You start using more abstract thinking. You start to use more intuitive thinking, right? So you can close your eyes, take a long, slow, deep breath in through your nose. Inhale, pause, hold your breath. Exhale slowly. Hold your breath. Inhale slowly. Hold your breath. Exhale slowly. Hold your breath. You can inhale through your nose. Inhale. Hold. Exhale through your nose or your mouth. Slowly. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. Hold. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale slowly. Exhale slowly. Inhale slowly. Exhale slowly. Keep your eyes closed. Just be still for a second. Again, eyes closed. Inhale through your nose. Inhale slowly. Hold. Exhale slowly. Hold. 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 Inhale slowly. Exhale. Just be still, be aware. Okay, again, inhale through your nose, slowly. Exhale slowly. Inhale slowly. Exhale slowly. Inhale slowly. Exhale slowly. Inhale slowly. Exhale slowly. Inhale slowly. Just be still, be aware. Now pick up that same plant, open the bottle, and inhale it, and see what you notice. Whatever you notice, write it down. Does it smell different? Does it make you feel different? Does it make your mind different? Does it affect your emotions different? Now, you're gonna take your two fingers and pinch the tip of your nose. You're just gonna pinch it. You don't need to hold on to it, just pinch it. Now, as you close your eyes, that area that you pinched, your attention's on that tip of your nose. Now, why do you pinch the tip of your nose? You want to maintain your awareness on the tip of the nose for two reasons. One, it starts to anchor the mind. If you notice, if you put your attention on the tip of your nose, your mind gets quieter, right? So that's one, you're anchoring the mind. When you anchor the mind, it makes it easier for new information to come in. Two, when you put your awareness on the tip of your nose, a little bit more Kundalini energy goes up, which activates the centers. It activates your mental faculties, right? So now your awareness is on the tip of your nose. Your awareness is on the tip of your nose, and you're going to slowly inhale. Just like you were, abdominal breathing. Keep your awareness on the tip of your nose. Hold. Exhale. hold. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. Hold. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Keep your awareness on the tip of your nose. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Awareness is on still the tip of your nose. Exhale. Just be still, be aware. Your awareness is still on the tip of your nose. Don't control your breath. Just be still with your awareness on the tip of your nose. Again, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the tip of your nose. Inhale through the nose. Exhale through the mouth. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. Hold. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Just be still, be aware. Now, open up your bottle and take a few long, slow, deep breaths of the plant. And notice what you notice. Did the smell stay the same or did it change? How does it make you feel? How does it make your mind feel? How does it make your emotions feel? What do you notice? What impressions do you have of the plant? Okay, now this next step, you're going to think of the plant, keep your eyes closed, think of the plant. And as you're thinking about the plant, your attention and awareness will be on your heart. Now, if it's easier for you to pick the bottle up and actually hold it to your heart, you can do that as well, or just hold the plant in your heart. Don't control your breath. Just take long, slow, deep breaths, holding the plant in the heart. Keep holding the plant in your heart. Keep your eyes closed, just let go of everything. Let go of holding the plant in your heart, let go of all your thinking, just expand and just let go for a second. Keep your eyes closed. Again, hold that plant in your heart. Just hold it in your heart. Keep holding it in your heart. Now just let go. Keep your eyes closed. Just expand and just let go for a second. Okay, now open up the lid and take a long, slow, deep breath with that same plant. Okay, now this next piece is going to stimulate the visual cortex. We're going to use what we call the turtle breath. And Nastara, we also, well, it's part of what we call Lama Yoga. Okay, so basically you're going to go your chin down to your chest. You're not thinking about anything. You're not holding the plant in your heart. You've let everything go, but you're going to go inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth. Inhale. Inhale up. Exhale down. 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 Keep your eyes closed. Just be still. Your eyes are still closed. Chin down to your chest. Inhale again. Inhale through the nose. Exhale coming down. Inhale up. Exhale down. Inhale up. Exhale down. Inhale up. Exhale down. Inhale up. Exhale down. Up. 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 Down. Just be still, be aware, keep your eyes closed. Don't try to control your breath, just be aware. Be aware of your breath, be aware of your body, be aware of your surroundings. Just be aware. Just be still, be aware. Chin back down to your chest. Inhale slowly. Exhale slowly, head coming down. Up, down, 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 up, down. Just be still. Maintain your stillness and awareness. Chin down to your chest again. Inhale up. Exhale down. Inhale up. Exhale down. Inhale up. Exhale down. Inhale up. Exhale down. Up. 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 Down. Just be still. Be aware. Maintain your stillness and awareness. Om. Om. Maintain your stillness and awareness. Just let go. Now, open up your plant. Same one you've been working with. Take long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the plant. Now that you've taken a few inhalations, write down your observations. How does the plant smell? How does it make you think? How does it make you feel? Your body, your emotions, your mind. Write down any sort of insights with it, including you're not sure anymore. You're uncertain. Now, with the plants, there's what you would call like an energy being or diva or deva, right? So we want to go through and we want to radiate love to the diva or deva. So you can do this through just radiating love to the plants and the energy beings associated with it, Or if it's hard for you just to radiate from the heart, hold your hands up with your awareness on the heart. Bless the plant and the divas. May you be blessed with love and mercy. Those are the two key words. Energy beings that are associated with the creative aspect with Earth want to experience love and mercy, but they don't have the ability to experience it the way we do. So if you bless them with love and mercy, let's just say you have their undivided attention. So bless them with love, with mercy. May you be filled with compassionate, purifying light, healing, soothing energy. May you be blessed with love, with mercy, with kindness, with sweetness, with tenderness. May you be blessed with love. Continue to bless. Okay, put your hands down, just be still for a second. Pick up the bottle again, open it up, and inhale, and just see what you notice. Now, write down in your notes your experiences. Okay, now sit up, keep your eyes closed. Visualize white light, brilliant white light, even brighter, more brilliant than what you're visualizing. Brighter, brighter, more brilliant. Your awareness is on your heart. Keep visualizing brilliant white light. Move your awareness to the top of your head, the crown. Visualize brilliant white light on your crown. with your awareness on the heart and crown. Again, hold your hands up and bless the divas, visualizing the brilliant white light. No words, just brilliant white light. Just bless the divas with brilliant, brilliant white light. Silently, as you're projecting towards the plant, say, Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace. Where there is injury, I will pardon. Where there's hatred, let me sow love. Where there is darkness, I will cultivate the light. Where there's despair, I will cultivate hope. Where there's doubt, faith. Where there is sadness, I will cultivate joy. From the heart of God, let these divas be blessed with loving kindness. Let them be blessed. Let them be healed. Let them be soothed of any suffering. Let them know peace. Just be still. You can put your hands down, just be still for a second, let it incubate. Now open up the bottle and smell your plant again. Okay, now write down some notes. What do you notice? What do you notice with the smell? What's the effect? How it affects you mentally, emotionally, physically? Now you're going to take the plant and you're going to hold it up between your eyebrows. So you're taking the bottle, you're holding it up between your eyebrows, and you're saying, thank you for helping me to have greater soul contact, for healing, and to accelerate my evolutionary process. We thank you. Again, thank you for helping us to have greater soul contact, healing, and to accelerate my evolutionary process. Thank you for helping me to have greater soul contact, healing, and to accelerate my evolutionary process. And again, inhale it. And what do you notice? How does it smell? How does it make you feel? Physically, emotionally, mentally? Okay, so a deeper way of doing connecting with the plant, or a deeper integration, is to run it through the organs of blood purification. So this time you're actually going to do this actively with the plant. So you're opening up the bottle. You're starting to inhale. Your awareness is on your brain. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your brain. Continue with inhaling on the brain. Move your awareness to the heart. Move your awareness to the heart. Actually go deeper now into the lungs. Your awareness is in your lungs. Move your awareness from the lungs down to the liver on the right-hand side, just below the ribs. Move it a little bit more to the midline, not quite to the center, but still below the ribs, just off center a little bit. The awareness is on that area. Go down to the kidneys. Continue on the kidneys. Over to the spleen on the left-hand side. Go down to your navel or belly button area. Go in an inch and a half below the navel or belly button. Go to your tailbone. Keep your eyes closed. Just be still. Just let go. Let go of the inhalation. Let go of everything. Eyes closed. Just let go. Just maintain your stillness. Your eyes are closed. Okay, now open up the bottle again and inhale. And just notice what you notice. The smell, how it makes you feel physically, emotionally, mentally. Now, take out the plant. I want you to think of a situation external, some relationship, some situation, something at work, some relationship, something. Keep your attention on the situation as you inhale. Inhale the plant with your attention on that situation. Continue to think of the external situation. Continue to inhale. Now let it go for a second. Keep the bottle in your hand, but stop inhaling. Just be still for a second. Let it incubate. Now look inward. Think about how you think and feel about yourself, just in general, or if it has to do with a situation like a relationship or with work. Think about yourself, think about aspects of yourself, and then start inhaling the plant. Okay, just be still and stop inhaling. Now, I want you to pick the bottle up again. Start inhaling. Your awareness is on your low back. Your whole low back area from side to side, the spine, your whole low back from each side, side to side, and the low back, the spine area. Move up to your mid back, side to side, and the spine area. Your upper back, side to side, around the shoulder blades, the spine area, the top of your shoulders, that whole area. Long, slow, deep breaths. Your whole neck, front, sides, back, your cervical vertebrae, the bones in your neck. Inhale. Now your armpits. Put your awareness on your armpits. Long, slow, deep breath. Go all the way down to your feet. Put your awareness on your whole foot. The top, the bottom, the sides, the heel, the toes, your whole foot. Okay, just be still. Just let it go for a second. Just let everything go. Keep your eyes closed. Just let go. Okay, now with everything that we've done, open up the bottle and inhale it and just write yourself some notes. How does it smell? How does it make you feel? How does it make you think? Just write yourself some notes. Okay, does anybody want to share some feedback? How was your experience? How do you feel about the plant?
Yeah, go ahead and unmute yourselves and talk.
I was euphoric. I went into ecstasy
Yeah,
and I shot it out to everybody in every relationship and every
good for you.
just I hope you got some. It was like incredible. Thank you.
Well, I'm curious, what plant did you use?
Frankincense.
Oh, very nice. And so, do you feel different about frankincense now than you did at the beginning of the process?
I got in the process late, so I'm just in love with it. Period.
Yeah, good. Anybody else?
Pedro goes, I used camphor. I'm loving this one even more now.
So somebody, Pedro wrote, he used camphor and he said he loves it even more now.
Me too, Pedro. I did camphor as well.
Did you notice you feel like it feels like it's a part of you and it's an extension of you, and you have a deeper kind of connection to the plant or a deeper understanding that is almost like partially nonverbal. Like if you had to explain the connection to it, it's like words don't do it justice.
Yeah.
Hey, Greg. This is Tracy. I used hyssop,
Uh-huh.
and but one of the things I wrote was it became part of me.
Right. Perfect.
And at the end, I felt stronger and more courageous. And I was doing it with my family, obviously. Yeah.
You know what's interesting about we're going to start talking in study group format like how we're doing today. We're actually going to start talking about some of the single oils like in depth. And one of the things that's very interesting about hyssop when you run it through a lot of the different patterns is that it undoes the effects of abandonment.
Hi, Greg. This is Narayani.
Hey, Narayani.
Hi, I'm jumping in now because I also chose hyssop, and it's funny how you said that because that makes perfect sense. And I love hyssop as an oil, but it depends on my mood. Sometimes I feel it very sickly and pungent, and I can't tolerate the smell very well.
Right.
Other times I'm okay with it. I know it's healing, but I went through a whole sort of cycle of different feelings connected to it. Some like sort of felt a bit sickly at first, and then as we went through the different stages, I started to kind of fall in love with it, and the smell became softer and I felt more connected to it. And in the end, I just felt this I wouldn't have thought the word abandonment, but whatever the opposite of that is, I felt this complete and total safety and connection. And I couldn't explain it in words, but it was like just a total belonging and a total sort of feeling. So that's really interesting you said that.
Isn't it interesting too how when you start this process, the plant smells one way, and by the time you're done, it smells completely different.
Yeah, it went through smelling like a whole bunch of different types of plants throughout the different stages.
Yeah, very good. Anybody else want to share?
I was gonna say we have some here, but go ahead. If anyone's unmuted, go ahead and share. I'll share these.
Cindy did. Yeah. Hi. Hi, everybody. Hi, Greg.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hi. So, yeah, the sense of belonging was amazing, and the stimulation of my visual cortex and my auditory cortex. I could see the sacred geometry of
Oh, nice.
the plant, and then
What plant did you use?
mugwort.
Mugwort. Very good.
And I could hear the sound and see sound waves too. So it started humming
Wow.
to me. Yeah. So it was great.
Good choices.
Yeah.
Mugwort, hyssop, frankincense. You guys have chose well. Anybody else?
I did mugwort.
Very nice.
Yeah. Lots and lots of visions.
Yeah. Mugwort's good for that. Usually when you do mugwort really in depth, you see things.
Yeah, the plant grew little arms and legs and just grabbed me by the hand and took me off with it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll share. I picked Egyptian geranium.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, at first it was like very pungent and almost repulsive, but then the whole thing changed, and I actually put it in the chat. But Athena came through. Really interesting.
Oh, wow.
Very
Yeah.
goddess power came through with it.
Yeah, I can see that with geranium. Yeah.
It was really cool. At the end, it's no longer pungent. The fragrance is very loving and kind and healing and peaceful. So
Yeah, I would say geranium, even myrtle, you might feel like a goddess kind of energy coming through.
okay.
Yeah, very nice.
I have a quick question, Greg. It's Narayani again. Is this just for single plants, or can it be used for the combination blends oil?
You could do it for blends, but it's nice, like for the exercise here. It's nice to do it with a single plant, so you get the understanding of the single plant. But you could do that with blends as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Greg. I used Palo Santo, and
Again, good choice.
and I got like really major vibrations. Like my spine was vibrating, my head, my arms, my legs. But what I want to ask you is the feeling of the relationship that you get with a plant, is that something that remains familiar, or is it
Yes.
different?
No, it should remain familiar. Like it will start to be like whatever plant you do this with, it'll almost be like one of your favorites.
Okay.
You know, like you'll just like go like the very first one I ever did some version of this with was vetiver, and to this day I was just like, if there is a bunch of plants laying there and I see vetiver, even though I've done it with other plants, it was like my first one. I was like, ooh, vetiver. You know, I have a thing for vetiver, and so that was almost 25 years ago when I did that, and so it definitely lingers. And you could do this more than once, with a plant. You don't have to do it just one time. It's like you keep going deeper and deeper with your relationship with the plant, and you'll notice that like when you're starting to work with the plants and you're doing healing on a person or on yourself, you almost start to get communication with the plant, or the plant will kind of guide you. Oh no, you should do this, you should apply it there. And it's more like instinctual or intuitive rather than just like, oh, the arm's hurting, so I should apply it here. Like sometimes it won't make kind of sense, but when you put it on, you produce a result. It's because you're getting this interactive exchange with the plant. And so it really helps direct the plant in ways that go beyond the critical mind or the linear mind.
Very brilliant. Thank you so much.
We had people use mugwort. The whole profile in the essence changed. It got lighter. The glory of Lebanon is now part of me. It's so deep. You just took my words. Went from bass note to a top note and became very refined. I'm just kind of going through different people's things. I used mugwort. It was awesome. Headache went away, feeling great.
Somebody had a headache that went away just by going through and doing the process.
Their eyes got dry at some point. They're not sure why. Essence in the end felt like merging into a unified field. Saw lots of flashes of white light flickering behind my eyes every time I smelled the oil after blessing the nature devas.
Somebody said they had lots of flashes of white light after blessing the devas. That all of a sudden there would be flashes of white light. Yeah.
Using mugwort again, hearing and seeing the plant spirit in sacred geometry. I think that was just said.
Sacred geometry.
Went through liking it to loving it to not liking it because it got too strong. Then in the end made peace with it and went back to loving it.
Yeah, that was funny. Somebody said they went from liking it to loving it. It got too strong, started to not like it, and then ended up loving it again. So you notice you go through this like little journey with the plant, and so it's an interesting thing.
I felt a sense of belongingness with theirs. It says Megwort. I wonder if that's mugwort. I don't know. I want to grow this in my garden. Lots of mugwort.
Yeah, a lot of people use mugwort. Good for you guys. You guys had good choices.
Helichrysum.
Palo Santo, helichrysum. Those are all really solid choices.
Another mugwort.
Camphor, that's another solid choice.
Hey Greg, this is Pat. I chose African bluegrass.
Ooh, very nice. How's that?
It was quite nice. I'm not exactly sure why I chose it, but for whatever reason that's what I chose. It certainly sort of changed my experience with it. But what would you recommend African bluegrass for?
African bluegrass is really good for purifying the abstract mind. So, you know, it's good for psychological healing. It's good for like making the mind more flexible. It's good for also releasing kind of our stories and our dramas. You know, sometimes like our psychological thing is we're engaged in this story that we can't break out of. And so even when healing happens, we're still engaged in this story. And all the different grasses, the camel grass, ginger grass, the bushy mat grass, all the different grasses. And vetiver is also a type of grass. All of those grasses are really good for purifying certain aspects of the abstract mind, which is tied to letting go of like the stories and the dramas and all of that, and letting your mind kind of reboot or embrace something new. And so any of the grasses are great psychological healers, really, really super good psychological healers. And so, you know, that's why I was going to start talking about some of the plants just as a single profile, so that we could learn greater depth of the plants. So over the next couple months, we're going to have study groups where we talk about a plant for a while, you know, just for, you know, 1 or 2 plants, and just go really in depth. And so the grasses are definitely going to be one of the ones that we visit. So African bluegrass is really amazing.
It is.
I really like the grasses. You know, they're really good for your mental body, really super good for your mental body.
Great, thanks.
Think about it like this, it makes your mind more flexible. Like the grasses tend to make the mental body a lot more flexible, a lot more pliable.
Greg, this is Bruni. Hey, so from a body standpoint, when we were blessing the plant with all the goodies, you know, you said healing, and so that's the part that I zoned in on. I wasn't feeling any pains or whatever, but that's what happened. And then I felt like we were going through the process, and suddenly my spine started to twinge a little bit. And then it just started to expel and relax and then unwind. Here's where I have been suffering with some I guess they were clogged. They opened up, and then I got really, really relaxed, and it felt like just letting go. I know I was still expelling at that point,
Tremendous.
but it was like such a relaxed letting go. It was really nice.
Deep psychological healings, usually you can tell when it happens because the last component of it is a release from the spine. And so I would say, boy, you hit the mother lobe there.
Wow.
Good for you. Okay, how about this? It's about 12 to 11 Central Time. How about we'll take a little bit of a break, stretch your legs, get a little snack or something, and come back on the hour straight up. So 11 Central Time, or about 12 minutes or so. So I'll see you in 12 minutes, and we'll do more. Okay, so we are going to start dealing with emotions and thought processes, because a lot of times when these things come up, they come up in relationships. So this isn't directly part of the relationship class, but it's just simple things that we can do to deal with emotions as they come up, or thought processes that come up. So first, let's talk about lower emotions. Lower emotions. So these can be like impulses. Negative emotions can be anger, irritation, frustration, disappointment, abandonment, rejection, just any form of agitation, jealous feelings, enviousness, you know, any sort of thing like this. Even desire when you're trying to let go of something, right? And so let's do this. Let's have you go through your oils and see if you have one of these. One of the Petitgrins. Any Petitgrin will work. Palo Santo or fir. There's another oil called Umswazi. It's an African plant. I doubt any of you have that one, but if you do, you can pull that out. I haven't taken it to too many areas, so most of you probably don't have it. So look for any sort of fir, Petitgrin, or Palo Santo. You could also use lemongrass. So go through your kit. Now, does somebody not have one of those? If you do, speak up so we can make a good choice for you. Let Samantha know either through texting or...
Irina, what do you have? And I have someone asking Texan cedar, question mark.
Cedar. What else do you have? Besides the cedar, what else do you have?
And you can type it or you can talk to Greg and then
yeah, either type or talk.
So I do have lots of oils, just not those. So I have ginger, spikenard, basil, eucalyptus, meaty, cape, chamomile. I do have lots of blends.
What blends do you have?
I do have Producing Results, Abramelon, Angel Michael, Three Wise Men, Chakra Root Cleanser, Archangel Chamomile.
Use the chakra root cleanser.
Okay.
Siberian fir question mark.
Yeah, Siberian fir will work.
The Akio, what do you have?
Yes, hi. I have a fir balsam.
Yeah, fir balsam will work. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
I think.
Okay, I think
will a neroli / Petitgren blend work?
Yeah, neroli and Petitgren together will work.
Okay, then we're good.
Okay, I think we're good. Okay, so this is what I'd like you to do. Think of some situation, some relationship where there is some negative emotions, even if they're not your negative emotions, still negative emotions, or there's been some sort of conflict, whatever there is. Let's just think of the situation. First off, notice how you feel. You're not smelling anything, you're not doing anything, you're just evaluating the situation, and write down some notes. Now, this is a technique not talked about in the relationship class, but we're going to use it to break up the emotions. Okay, so now you've written down your notes. Now, pick up your bottle, open up the bottle. You're going to close your eyes. You're going to take long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the solar plexus area, right below your ribs, and then your mid-back. So both at the same time, your front and back solar plexus. Inhale slowly. Hold. Exhale slowly out through your mouth. Inhale slowly. Exhale slowly. 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 Okay, just be still, be aware, keep your eyes closed. Notice how you feel. Now, put your awareness and attention on the external situation. The other person, the situation, the involvement, the interaction, whatever it is, you're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the situation. Not on your solar plexus, on the external situation. Start taking long, slow, deep breaths. Keep inhaling. Now just be still for a second. Now, awareness back on your front and back solar plexus. Inhale slowly. Continue to inhale. Continue to inhale with your awareness on the solar plexus. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Then just be still, be aware. Now put your attention on the external situation. The person, the external situation, long, slow, deep breaths. Continue to take long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. You can stop the inhalation. Just be still. Keep your eyes closed. Awareness on your front and back solar plexus again, below your ribs, mid-back. Inhale, your eyes are closed. Continue to take long, slow, deep breaths. Continue to take your long, slow, deep breaths, but move your awareness from the solar plexus back to the external situation. The other person, the event, whatever it is, put your awareness on the situation. Your awareness is on your front and back solar plexus. Move your awareness up to your front heart. Your awareness is on your heart. You let go of everything else. You're holding the situation in your mind with your awareness on your heart. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness simply on your heart. Just be still, be aware. You can stop inhaling. Just keep your eyes closed. Just be still for a second. Reflect on the situation. Reflect. As you're reflecting, put your awareness on your heart. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your heart. Your eyes are closed. Continue to inhale. Move your awareness from the front heart to the back heart. You can let go of the imagery. Just move your awareness to the back heart. Move your awareness to the forehead, the hairline. Move your awareness from the forehead to the back head. Opposite your eyebrows, the back of your head. Just let go. Just let go of everything. Keep your eyes closed. Just let go of the inhalation. Just let go. Keep your eyes closed. Keep your eyes closed. Start inhaling with your awareness on the back head. Opposite your eyebrows on the back side. Move your awareness to the hairline or the forehead area. Move your awareness to the back heart. Move your awareness to the front heart. Keep your eyes closed, just let go. Hold that situation in your mind. Think of that situation again. Think about all the different pieces. Hold it in your heart. You're consciously thinking of it. Your awareness is on your heart. Start inhaling that same oil again. Your awareness is on your heart. You're thinking of the situation. Let the imagery go. Move your awareness to the back heart. Move your awareness to the back heart. All imagery you've just let go of, awareness is simply on the back heart. Move your awareness to the forehead. Move your awareness to the back head. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. Your awareness is on your back head again, opposite your eyebrows. You're starting to inhale. Your awareness is on your forehead. Long, slow, deep breaths. Put your awareness on your back heart. Put your awareness on the front heart. Just let go. Keep your eyes closed. Just let go. You can put the bottle down. Just let go. Now think of the situation, both internally and externally, and write yourself some notes. How does it feel compared to when we started? Just write yourself some notes. Okay, so now I'd like you to pull out one of the following oils. We're going to do a practice and then we'll talk about it after we have a lunch break. So pull out either cypress or eucalyptus or hyssop. If you don't have one of those, let us know. Cypress, any form of eucalyptus, or hyssop. Everybody seems to have one?
Yes, any one better than the other.
They all work about the same. If you have them all, then use the hyssop. Okay, so now think of the situation again. Hold it in your heart. Just let it go now. Okay, just let it go. Start taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus, which is just below your ribs. Move your awareness to your mid-back area or your back solar plexus. Move your awareness over to the spleen on the left-hand side, just below the ribs, front and back at the same time. Move your awareness to your navel or belly button. Move your awareness to the bottom of your tailbone. Move your awareness to the soles of your feet. Keep your eyes closed. Just let go for a second. Let go of the inhalation. Let go of everything. Just let go. Think of the situation again. Think of whatever pieces you can hold on to. Again, inhale with your awareness on your front solar plexus. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus. Keep your awareness on the back solar plexus. Continue to inhale. Move your awareness over to the front and back spleen under the left side of the ribs. Move your awareness down to your navel or belly button. Keep your awareness on your navel. Move your awareness to your tailbone. The soles of your feet. Just let go. Let go of everything. Let go of the inhalation. Just let go. Just be still, be aware, keep your eyes closed. Just let go. Fill up the bottle again. We're going to do a different pattern. Think of the situation again. Hold it in your heart for just a moment. Let it go. Now start inhaling. Your awareness is on your throat, the top part of your neck. Drop down to the bottom part of your throat in between the two collarbones there, that little notch. Go to your back throat, opposite the front, on the back side. the jaws. The temples. Your back head, opposite your eyebrows. And your forehead. Just let go. Let go of everything. Let go of the inhalation. Just let go for a second. Okay, now think of the situation that we started with. Think of that relationship, that event, whatever it might be. Think about how it feels right now, how you think about it right now, and write yourself some notes. Okay, so we're gonna give an explanation of what we just did, but first we're gonna break for lunch. Just enjoy what's feeling right now. If you want to take a little nap, do that. We'll talk about it in depth afterwards, but let's break for 1 hour. It's 25 after. So we'll come back at 1:25 or 25 after, whatever time zone you're in.
Okay.
So we'll see you in 1 hour. That lady I worked on Thursday is passing away.
Hey, Greg.
She was gonna pass away soon. It's just she
Hey,
started
Babette.
right after the healing. She started a transition.
Wow.
I mean, we kind of.
Yeah.
Hey.
How was everyone's lunch? Or did you
Good.
sleep through it?
No, good lunch.
Good, good.
Tomato soup.
We-
Florida.
That's it.
You put a bag of spinach in your tomato soup.
Everybody's back on.
Yeah, it should be.
Okay, so let's talk about what we did. We're still going to continue a little bit. This is tied to relationships. It's not something that's taught in the original relationship class. It's more of an advanced part of a relationship. And so basically what we did when we started was we took a situation that was difficult, right? And then we put our awareness on our solar plexus and on the external situation.
Isabel, do you have a question?
Yes, well, the thing is like Diana and Anto, they're trying to get into the meeting, but the computer take it out. So if you can add them, please.
I mean, I'll add anyone who's in my queue, but nobody's in my queue for waitlist. So.
Oh, okay, yeah, she said they're in. Okay,
oh,
sorry,
okay.
sorry, thank you.
No problem, no problem.
They're inside right now. Thank you, Siki. I'm
Good.
sorry.
Perfect, perfect.
So part of what we did with that first step is you're releasing the lower emotions. So when we're doing the solar plexus and then putting our attention on the external situation, you're basically starting to unwind the entanglement, and you're starting to release like the anger, the upset feelings, the competitiveness, the jealousy, the envy, the hurt, whatever it is, whatever that lower emotion is, you're starting to release it. Then we went back and forth, back and forth. Then remember, we moved our attention and our awareness up to the heart, where we're starting to transmute it. And then we went heart, forehead, back head, and then came backwards. Back head, forehead, back heart, front heart, right? So we did a couple of cycles of that. And part of what happens when we're doing that is we're starting to integrate exactly what's happening there. So the issue is sometimes when we have a negative emotion or a negative situation, we're trying to hold out what's happening. And by doing that, we're also letting out the positive as well, right? As we get in and integrate it, even if there's a negative situation, at least you come to terms with it. You are able to process it and let it go or move past it. Otherwise, you're just starting to wrestle with something, and what happens is our brain starts creating stories. So the more that we can integrate it, you're actually starting to take that external situation, and by going back, front heart, back heart, forehead, back head, and then cycling back through again, back head, forehead, back heart, front heart, and keep cycling back and forth. You're integrating it and you're taking it to the inner world. So when you take it to the inner world, you're starting to process it on an unconscious level or in an intuitive level. So in that particular place, whatever the conflict is, you're coming to a position of resolving that issue rather than it being a conflict or a battle. It's just like, do I need to learn the lesson? Do I need to forgive this person? Do I need to just walk away? Do I need to ignore it? It's not that big of a deal. Whatever it is, you're coming to that place of resolution, right? Now, when we did the part with the digestive pattern, the front, back, solar plexus, spleen, navel, basic, we're starting to address the critical part of your mind. And when we did that, we're addressing basically the left side of your brain and the right side of your brain, but as it has to do with critical thinking. So that digestive pattern is tied to the engagement of trying to maintain balance in the situation and in the environment, and is tied to the lower thinking where you're creating those stories, or you're creating like a false story to bring the brain some sort of calmness or peace, right? So a lot of times what happens, the brain always wants to be certain, and when it's not certain, it creates a story so that it can calm down, right? So the difficulty is that if you're trying to resolve a problem, you're not seeing it clearly. So you could say delusional thinking. I think that's a little bit harsh. Let's just say inaccurate thinking, like some inaccurate thinking starts to happen. Then we switched over and we did the cranial pattern. Remember, we did like throat, back, throat minor, back throat, jaws, temple, back head, forehead, right? So this starts to break down repetitive thinking, like the loops, the tape loops, right? Now, the oils that we said to use are very good for breaking it down just by themselves, but by taking it through the pattern, it keeps us from having that repetitive thought where we keep grinding on it and have the diminished ability to let it go. By going through and working this pattern, you're able to spontaneously go, okay, I'm going to do something different. I'm not just going to do what I normally do, and I'm not just going to do the opposite. Because sometimes we think, I'm going to do the opposite and that's resolution. That's still not resolution. That is just a different kind of reaction, right? We want to be able to evaluate it and then go, okay, based on the information, what is the proper action, right? So we're breaking down the inaccurate thinking and the repetitive thinking. Now, if we want to take it a step further, we're going to go to the abstract mind. Now, the abstract mind is where the stories get generated. The stories get created. This is the part of the mind that loves the stories, loves the dramas, loves the patterns, loves all that kind of stuff. So we want to look at that same situation now. So sit and contemplate that same situation and see how it feels. See how it feels, you know, good or bad. Now, you could be doing this about a good situation. It doesn't have to be a negative situation. But say you're in a loving relationship, you go through and you do this. This actually helps you to have a stronger connection, a more loving connection, a more genuine connection. If this was about work, it would be you're more accurately seeing your work and being more genuine with the work. If there's some sort of conflict, you're able to go through and resolve the situation and the issue and have a more genuine approach to problem solving. You see, okay, what are my pieces? What are this other person's pieces? And is their behavior a deal breaker? Is it not a deal breaker? Do I just ignore it? Do I let it go? Do I, have to say something? You look at it and you're doing it from a place of non-emotion. You're doing it from a place from, this is the right thing to do, rather than just a reactionary thing to do, right? You're not getting triggered. So this next piece we're going to do is abstract thinking, right? Abstract thinking. So if you, let's see. If you have some form of lemongrass, spruce, now basil would be another really good one. If you had basil, let's pull out the basil. Now at the end of the session, we're going to talk about basil a little bit more in depth. And we posted something on Plant Prana questions and answer where it is a profile on basil. So it takes basil and tells you all the different things that it's good for and why and when to use it. And so we're going to be posting things on the Plant Prana Q&A site, and we're also going to have some videos where it's protocols that you could just punch on the video and go through and follow. And so we're going to be having those posted kind of on a regular basis. So if you haven't signed up for Plant Prana Q&A, I would suggest doing that, because I'm going to be doing continuing education on Plant Prana Q&A. It's a free thing. It's just going to be information that I keep giving you guys. And it's a way to give you continuing education and to also answer questions when you guys have questions, because other people benefit from your questions, not just you, right? So now, pull out one of those oils. If you don't have one of those oils, let me know. Another one could be sage or clary sage. So if you don't have one of the oils that I said, let us know right now so we can try to figure out something.
Is the best one to use basil?
Basil is probably your best one. That's the one I tend to use with this one, but you could use other ones as well.
Okay, thanks.
Spruce is real good. Lemongrass, petitgrain. Cistus is really nice. Okay, so everybody's got it? Okay, so you're thinking about the pattern. You're thinking about the situation, good or bad. Write yourself down some notes. Just how does that situation feel? How does it feel? And then look at the notes that you wrote at the beginning of the session. How is it changing? So here we're starting to engage the ability to change, your opinions, your problem-solving skills, decision-making skills. It's starting to integrate into the mental body. Here, you're integrating it into the emotional body and then into the physical body. Here, you're starting to integrate it into the mental body. So you're activating the center between the eyebrows. Okay, ready? So you're holding the pattern in your heart. Okay, now let it go. Your awareness is on the sex chakra, the groin area. Start taking long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the heart. Move your awareness to the throat. Move your awareness to the top of your head, your crown. Okay. Just be still. Again, start inhaling, awareness on the sex chakra again. Move your awareness to the heart. Move your awareness to the throat. Move your awareness to the top of your head. Just let go. Keep your eyes closed. Keep the bottle handy. Okay, let's do another cycle. So again, start inhaling. Your awareness is on the groin area. Move your awareness to the heart. Move your awareness to the throat. Move your awareness to the top of your head. Just let go. Keep your eyes closed. Just let go. Keep the bottle in your hand. Just let go. Begin to inhale again. Your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on your lungs. Move your awareness over to the liver on the right hand side, just below your ribs. Move it a little bit more to the midline, still under the ribs. Drop down to the kidneys. Up to the spleen on the left hand side, just below the ribs. Go to your navel, your belly button. Go an inch and a half below the navel. Your tailbone. Go to your tailbone. Keep the bottle in your hand, but just let go. Stop your inhalation, just be still, just let go. Keep the bottle in your hand. Close your eyes, just let go. Again, awareness on your sex chakra. Inhale. Move your awareness to your heart. Do your front and back heart at the same time. Go to your throat. Move your awareness to your throat. To your crown, top of your head. Just let go. Keep your eyes closed. Put your awareness on your brain, right and left side of your brain. Start inhaling. Your awareness is on your brain. Move your awareness to your lungs. Move your awareness to the liver on the right hand side, just below the ribs. your awareness on your lungs. You're still inhaling. On the liver, just below the ribs. Move over a little bit to the midline, almost to the midline, still below the ribs. Just off center. Long, slow, deep breaths. Drop down to the kidneys. Up to the spleen, just below the left side of the ribs. Move your awareness to the navel, your belly button. Keep inhaling. Keep your awareness on the area an inch and a half below your navel. Your tailbone. Put your awareness on your tailbone. Just be still, be aware, keep your eyes closed, just let go. Okay. Gently just wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes. Just gonna move your body around a little bit. Now, pay attention to the thing that we started with, the situation or the issue. Think about it, hold it in your heart. See what you notice compared to the first time, and then write yourself some notes. Okay, so now, compared to when we started to right now, does anybody want to share how you feel? Like what the process was? What was your experience?
You can type it in or go ahead and unmute yourselves, guys, if you're able to.
Well, back when we started with the solar plexus, all of a sudden everything went up to my throat, and my throat actually hurt for a minute. And then as we worked on through everything, I'm fine now. And now all I just feel is relaxation and love. So
good. So like when you think of the situation, does it feel different to you?
yeah, it's mellow.
Good. So it really kind of unwinds the negative emotions or the entanglement or the back and forth. You start to shift emotionally, then it starts to break down how you even think about it. And so when you're here, if it's a positive situation, you're thinking, how can I make this better? How do I maintain it? How do I improve it? If it's a negative situation, it's like, how do I resolve this conflict? How do I work through this? How do I learn something from this? It's kind of taking you through an evolutionary process in the relationship. So anybody else want to share?
Hi, Greg.
Hey.
Well, it was very interesting because when we started, it was very, I was very attached to the situation.
Right.
But then the process, I mean, it was very hard for me to keep focusing on like the first relationship that I was trying to fix.
Right.
And then it was just like, okay, like many other ideas keep on coming in my mind.
Right.
And I was like,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
go back.
Yeah.
So then I just like went like to different other relationships, and I was like, well, maybe this is what it is. Maybe I need to let go of other stuff. But then it came to me like, okay, so instead of being the victim, I said, why I don't like this about that person? Why do I need? Why do I have the need to change that person? Why
Right.
I cannot accept the person the way it is? And now after this exercise, it seems that I came to a state of everything is more clear, and I feel more love, and I feel that I can accept the things the way.
Right, because a lot of times, like, we're having a problem with this person and we think it's because of us, but if we were to switch you out and stick somebody else there, they would most likely be treating that person the same way. You know what I mean? So sometimes it is, I either have to accept this about the person and it's not a deal breaker, or you know what, it's a deal breaker and I need to not interact with this person. You know, you're not really going to get them to change, but sometimes our responses might change and be different, how we handle the situation. And if it's too much, we're able to walk away. And if it's not super important, then you just go, okay, I won't fixate on it. You know, one of the things Master Choa said one time, and I always try to use this like in business, he said, on things that are not important, he goes, I'm super flexible. On things that are super important, he goes, I'm inflexible. Like it's a deal breaker. And so, you know, you look at like, okay, the situation, is their behavior about something important or not important? And then you kind of base your judgment on that. And so, yeah, good.
Thanks.
Anybody else?
Hi, Greg, it's Heidi.
Hey.
Hi. So I had a complete unwinding from a very kind of an innocent situation where I felt some resistance, and it went all the way back by the end of it to just the first few days of life, kind of.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Originating the first reaction of protest or of anger. So
yeah.
That was very, and it happened in my jaw physically as we went
very
through.
Good.
Kept.
Especially that first step where we're on the solar plexus and then the external situation. If there's anger there, it usually starts to unwind right there. Because sometimes the thing is our mind can come up with a story and we can be super angry about something, but not even really realize it. You know, because our minds come up with this story of, well, this is going on, or that's going on, or it's okay, or this. And then as you just start to unwind the mental part, you realize, you know what? I'm a little bit pissed off. My feelings are hurt, or I'm angry, or something. And so that's why I just start right off the bat with unwinding that anger, just right off the bat. Because sometimes it's there, but we're not always super conscious of it.
Well, it even went through like to Finn's death and feeling angry. That's where I found the anger is.
Yeah.
Feeling that angry that I wasn't enough for him to want to stay or for him to stay.
Yeah,
and that feeling of not enough went back through my life to where I gave up or whatever I gave up trying and to be enough. It was really very profound, but a complete life finding. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I do quickly. It's like, I don't care. It's unimportant. I feel completely detached of the situation. I honestly, I really don't care.
Right. That's a great place to be at, where you just get to like,
Yeah.
Good. That's good for you. I mean, because that just shows that you're disentangled and starting to detach from the situation. So that's perfect.
Yeah, my body feels like, honestly, I couldn't even keep up with the exercise at the end. I was
Yeah.
just so deeply relaxed. Thank you. It
Yeah.
was awesome.
It unwinds the body too. You notice your body's a lot more relaxed than it was.
Oh yeah, I couldn't keep up. My eyes open. I just went to sleep
Yeah.
at one point, so relaxed. Thank you, Greg. That was
So
awesome.
this is a little excerpt out of the Wisdom of the Heart class. And so there's still several more steps, but you can just see as we start to unwind these things, it's just like, whoa, boy.
Yeah.
It's getting more and more relaxing.
Yeah. It's very hard even to, I can wake up and like, oh, we're supposed to be in this, like, where we're supposed to go. It was very deep.
You know, basically what you're doing is you're undoing the conditioning from the past. You know, by going through and doing what we're doing, you're undoing all your past conditioning where you're like, okay, I've been treated a particular way for a certain amount of my life. That has a conditioning effect. And so if we don't break that pattern, it's something that kind of starts to carry through and everything. But if we go through and unwind that conditioning, then we get to start fresh in a new situation. And so that's what we're doing, is we're trying to unwind the past conditioning.
That's awesome. Very helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good for you.
Thanks.
Question.
Yes, yes.
So whenever we were putting our focus on different areas, whenever we would get to the kidneys, I had a very uneasy feeling, and it was like I just didn't want to hang out in there.
Okay.
Why would that be?
Sometimes, like out of all the organs, that probably is the one that gets the most contaminated from energies from the environment. And so you're basically breaking up thoughts, like thought forms, into thoughts and then back into, you know, the energy from the environment. So you're basically deconstructing thought forms when you go through and you do that pattern. And so when you get down to the kidneys, a lot of those elements or elementals are stuck in the kidneys. And so the kidneys, out of everything, will probably take it the hardest. And so when you're really starting to break them through or break them down, deconstruct them, the kidneys are a big piece of that. And so one of the things that happens when the kidneys are really wound up is you'll start to notice that like your thought processes become more and more polarized. Like they'll be more extreme to one form of thinking and then can flip to the complete opposite form of thinking. There's no like middle path when the kidneys are really wound up. And so the kidneys are one that I try to treat on myself. Like every couple of weeks, I go through and treat the kidneys just because of that. And so I would say that was one that Master Choi even said from time to time, like once a month, you should clean your kidneys just because they'll get so contaminated. And so when you feel something there, you're starting to feel a shift. And it doesn't have to be so aggressive, but just consistently keep cleaning the kidneys. Even if you skip the other organs and just go right to the kidneys, you can even do that for a little bit just to help them expel. But the kidneys probably out of everything need it the most.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good for you.
Is there a particular oil for the kidneys?
I would use anything that's like kind of cleansing. So you know, basil, the spruce and basil are pretty good. Eucalyptuses are good. Hyssop is good, but I usually tend to use spruce or basil.
Okay. Thanks.
Greg, this is Donna in Seattle. Hi.
Hey, Donna.
I have a question. The protocols, I mean, the patterns go to the back head chakra. And I don't know anything about that. Can you talk a little bit about the back?
So opposite the eyebrows here, you know, the ajna, on the back side is the back head chakra. And so that is where we process a lot of information. And it's also where the mental body processes things and where the visual cortex gets stimulated. And so some mental faculties are a byproduct of what happens back there in conjunction with the front chakras, you know, the throat, the ajna, the forehead. And then also the stimulation of the visual cortex to where the mind can anchor onto something is tied to that. And so part of us like going through and hitting that back head is for the mind to either let go of something or to anchor onto something.
Is it connected to the ajna?
It's connected to the ajna, it's connected to the throat, it's really connected to the mental body. So throat, ajna, forehead, yeah. It also controls the amount of, combined with the jaws and the back head, it controls the amount of blood and oxygen going to the brain. And so it affects the carotid sinus and circulation going to the brain. The jaw and the back head also affect lymphatic function in the arms and the legs.
Greg, right at the very beginning when we started this whole kind of relationship process, that very first pattern, I think you said it was the cranial pattern, but I'm not sure. Is that what that one was? The very first one. Like, I've kind of broken this whole thing down into 4 stages, but like right at the beginning when we first started tuning in.
We did the cranial pattern.
Because it was something like cranial digest. Oh no!
It was when we started doing the mental body. It was the digestive pattern first, then the cranial pattern.
Okay. And what was the one before that? Because I have those two. There was something that we originally.
We did the heart, back heart, forehead, back head, and then reversed it.
Okay, that's probably what it was.
And then before that, we were just doing the solar plexus, and then the external environment.
Okay, that's maybe what it was. I think I had it all linked up and I thought it was some type of process. Okay, thank you.
I do have some questions.
Okay, we have some questions that are typed.
When we do the relationship healing, can we focus on more than one person at a time, or should we solely focus on one person?
So somebody was saying, when you do the relationship healing, can we focus on more than one person? You can, like if you just go through and do the pattern and not even focus on anybody, it will help all relationships. But if you're having a particular problem or a particular issue with one situation, it directs the energy more towards that situation. If you just want to direct it to all your relationships, you can do that as well. But when you start having either a problem in one, or if you want to improve one, it could be something that's going well and you want to improve it, then you would focus on the one relationship. So good question though.
Recognizing that you gave 2 good oils to clean the kidneys, the basil or the spruce, do we just breathe into the kidneys or do we do the entire blood pattern?
So somebody's asking if you're just going to clean the kidneys, do you need to do the whole blood purification pattern, or can you do just the kidneys with the basil or the spruce? You can just go through and just do the kidneys. I mean, if you have the time, you can do the whole pattern, but a lot of times if you're doing a bunch of other things, you can just focus on the kidneys and release it from the kidneys.
Yeah, do you guys have any other questions? I'm kind of trying to scroll through some of the old chat questions from earlier as well. But if you have any questions or anything you'd like from Greg right now or to share, this is great. Thanks, guys.
Greg, I was just it seemed like the the protocol was like relentlessly long. Is
Yeah.
is that because it takes that long to unwind the anger?
Well, we did several cycles through that. So instead of it being like, if we were just doing a class, I would have just done one cycle of everything. But sometimes when you're starting to do a therapeutic process, it takes, like if you do several cycles of it, it keeps going deeper and deeper. And so instead of just talking about it, we did more of a therapy session than a talk session. And so you don't necessarily have to take it that deep, but I mean, you guys have been doing the work for a while, so I thought, let's just make this a therapy session and take it deeper. You guys can handle it. So it doesn't always have to be that intense or that deep, but I also wanted to show that, like, once you go through and you do a cycle of it, and then you go through and do it again, it keeps going deeper and deeper. And so when you're really wanting to unwind something, one cycle is good, but if you can do several cycles, it keeps moving deeper and starts to become more and more progressive as you do it. And so, you know, you could have stopped a while back, but since we're doing a little bit of a therapy spa morning, I just thought, let's take it deep and really unwind it. And so it doesn't always have to be that intense, but you know, if you want to turn the heat up, just do more cycles of a particular protocol.
And if you're focused on a positive situation rather than a negative
it still
one?
can be a super positive thing. Yeah, I do this a lot on situations that are going really, really well, but I don't want to become stagnant, and I don't want them to stop evolving. You know, I want them to continue to grow and evolve and to improve and to become better and stronger. And so, you know, not wanting to be content with it just being, you know, good, want to keep the ball rolling there. And so it's not always about damage control and fixing something broken. It could be something really positive that you want to have it. It's like, you know, you have a fresh, healthy plant in the ground, you keep watering it, you keep giving it nutrients so it keeps growing. So the relationships are the same way. You just keep giving it positive reinforcement so that it keeps growing and it doesn't have an issue. Because if you do it like that, when an issue does come up, you'll notice that something that used to be a fight or a problem or would have blown up the situation really starts to become almost nothing, and you work through it really super quick, or it comes up and goes away almost on its own. It doesn't even really become an issue anymore. That's you like breaking an energetic pattern and breaking the pattern between you and the other person and in yourself. And so the more that you do that, you're undoing the conditioning from all the years of your negative experiences.
Mm-hmm. So it can be done with like poverty consciousness?
It can be done with anything, honestly. Poverty consciousness, you know, or you could have a situation that's super prosperous and you're like, yeah, it's prosperous, but I would still like to be a little bit more successful, or I would like to branch out, or I would like to share this success with some of my peers and bring in some, you know, partners, or, you know, whatever it is. It doesn't have to be a negative, but you could do it with something like poverty consciousness, sure.
And could you do it in conjunction with like materialization, advanced materialization?
Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Greg, on that note, is it important to also go through all of the stages just as you laid them out, like all the stages?
I would do it as you laid them out, because you're basically kind of unwinding or deconstructing something like step by step. If you jumped around, it would still work. Mm-hmm. It's just that is the most efficient way to go through and do it. But if you were having a problem in one particular area, you could just jump to that area. Yeah. I like to unwind things from like beginning to end. So I just like completely deconstruct it so that something new could come in.
Greg, hi, this is Letty. I have a quick question.
Hey, Letty.
Hi.
Everybody, she's the one that puts all the booklets together. So, you know, when you have that easy to read book and all that, it's because of this wonderful person here that's talking. So Thank you, Letty.
You're welcome. Okay, Greg, I know we were working with the Abstract Mind, but you do also have the oil blend Abstract Mind. Is
Yeah,
that
you could use
different?
that. Yeah, no, you could use that for that. That's what that was made for, was for this. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Most of them don't have that. That's why I didn't mention it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else?
Hey, may I ask? Oh, I did it again. It was wonderful. I thank you. Things seemed to melt away, and they kept
Good.
falling away, and they got lighter and lighter. It was profound on a bunch of levels. I would like to ask the young lady who talked about the unwinding, did she use the basil? I just wondered. Thank you. It was great.
Yes, this is Heidi. I did use basil. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
for you. Yeah.
Thank you.
A quick
So,
question. Can I ask a quick question? You
Yeah,
used
of
a lot
course.
of different protocols. Is it possible to just go through them and say, first I started with this one? I was so deep and gone, I didn't write all the protocols down.
We're gonna post it on Pranic questions and answers.
Yeah, so
Yeah, so you guys can have that. We'll probably do it tonight or in the morning, and so you guys will have it all laid out for you.
Okay, thank you. And my experience was I got so bored with whatever situation I was in, I abandoned it and moved to another one. I just don't
It's the
care.
reverse abandonment issue where you're like, you're boring.
I was bored. I thought, I cannot give this one more minute of attention. I'm out.
There's this one song that cracks me up. There's this one song that the singer says, the line of the song is, I've been to hell and back again so many times, you're really quite boring. And so like when something that was painful becomes boring, that is one of the best signs. That is just like such a good sign.
What's the name of the song? Oh, we need to know.
Oh, it's called Empty.
Empty?
It's by Ray LaMontagne. Yeah, it's a real pretty song.
That sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah. He's a good artist. Got a nice voice.
Thank you.
would you recommend doing the pattern once a week? Question mark?
You could do this pattern easily once a week. You could actually even do it 2 or 3 times a week. It depends on what is going on. If you're in the middle of something kind of intense, definitely every other day you could do it. But just for maintenance, once a week is pretty good. Part of what you're doing also is you're re-educating how your emotional and mental body kind of function with each other. Because just like, you know, how you're doing something, you hurt your shoulder, you hurt your back, and pretty soon your shoulder's up, your back's a little twisted. The same kind of thing can happen with your emotional and mental body. And they don't quite function the way they're wired to function. And so over a period of time, there's all these compensations that happen that really start to inhibit your ability to process things emotionally and mentally. And so by going through and doing this process, you're basically re-educating the emotional process and the mental process so that they work their way up and down the chain really quite easily. You're rewiring, and rewiring is not the proper way of saying it, re-educating. You're trying to get it to go back to its proper or original form. And so you're undoing the years of conditioning. So, yeah.
What's the oil to cleanse the heart and arteries? ... Basil 2? Question mark.
The heart and arteries, that's a hard one. If you're trying to remove plaque, the only thing where I feel that I've gotten some sort of good results has been this oil called Lovage. Lovage is the only thing that I've seen that has helped to break down plaque. I have some if you want it, but it's a little bit expensive, and usually for like joints and things like that is what it gets used for. People don't really use it a lot by itself, but if you want something like that, it works for them.
somebody after doing the process, feeling a little bit nauseous, trying to breathe through it with African bluegrass. Is that good or?
Yeah, the one feeling a little bit nauseous just because of you probably have stuff coming out. You could try, the bluegrass might help, but I would actually try something like hyssop. See if the hyssop helps, and I'll also check on you at the end of the session, and if need to, just sweep you out. Yeah.
Once the unwinding is done, is this something that needs to keep being repeated?
So once the unwinding's done, you usually don't backslide, but you can keep taking it deeper and keep running with it. My personal experience is it feels so good that I want to keep doing it. Like I almost feel like if I haven't done it for a little while, that I need a little tune-up from time to time. And so, you know, the unwinding is good, that you unwound the situation. You might go a few weeks or a month or two, but it's still tuning up from time to time. It's like getting a massage, but for your emotional, mental body. Think of it like that. Just from time to time, you get a massage, even if you don't feel like your back's sore, you still get a massage. You're doing the same thing for your emotional or mental body.
And then their question is, do we do the relationship with oils for all of the oils, talking about the power of an empowerment technique?
So the empowerment technique that we did at the very beginning, I wanted you to have the experience of doing that process. You can do that. I would suggest from time to time doing it with a different oil so that you keep expanding your toolbox of oils that you feel deeply connected with, because those plants will also give you some guidance when you're doing healing, and you'll understand to a greater degree how to use them. And when you use them yourself, they'll have a much deeper impact than just using them out of the bottle without really having a deep experience with them. And so it heightens the experience. It's not necessary for what we did, but it definitely heightens the experience.
And unrelated, how do we clean our endocrine system?
How do you clean your endocrine system? That can be a little bit complicated. There's a few things to do with the endocrine system. One is you have to go through and clean up the lymphatic system. Part of how the endocrine system delivers some of the hormones is through lymphatic function. Then you need to clean up some of the sleep. In the sleep class, there's a section, I want to say it's section 4. I could be wrong, but it has to do with the catabolic state. You want to go through and help that, because the catabolic state has to do with rebooting the immune system, nervous system, and endocrine function. And then from there, I usually also use frankincense and myrrh together to help regulate all endocrine function. And so there's more complicated things to do, but that's a very, very good start.
Someone just asked, are you going to have access to this recording? Yes. So 2 things on the recording. You can email me. I'll put my email in here at the end of this session today. It's apothecarygeek@gmail.com. Again, I'll type that in. But we're also going to actually post this particular recording on the Plant Prana Q&A, the link for it, because this is available to all students. And the Plant Prana Q&A is just for Greg's students. That's why it's a private and you have to ask to be part of it. But I just want to let you know that that will have the access to the recordings.
So this recording you can have access to. It will be posted on Pranic Healing Q&A. And we also drop down on Pranic Q&A, or not Pranic, Plant Prana Q&A, a profile on basil. And so we are going to be dropping pieces of information about different oils on the Plant Prana Q&A for you guys to have for your encyclopedia of information. And it's just little excerpts out of the upcoming book. And so I just thought I'd start giving you guys that to start playing with. So I would definitely suggest checking in with Plant Prana Q&A from time to time. It's a place that you can ask questions, and we're giving out information for you guys to be studying with. And I hope you guys enjoyed today. We're going to still talk about basal for a little bit, but in 2 weeks, we're going to do another study group again on Saturday. So 2 weeks from today, we will do another study group from like probably 9 to 3:30 or so Central Time. And this coming up Tuesday at 6 p.m. Central Time for about 2 hours, we're going to do a study group, a free study group for prosperity, and it's open up to all the students as well. So will be the materialization technique and some of the other techniques for prosperity. And so again, you know, let us know, let Sarah know on the Plant Prana site, and we'll send out the link on Tuesday. And any of you guys are more than welcome to join, and I'm going to run you through the steps. We'll talk about things, but we're going to practice and do the materialization technique. And so Tuesday night at 6 p.m. on Central Time. If you can't make it, then still get the recording so that you can go through and follow it later. So the other thing that we're going to do is over the next few weeks, we're going to go through in the whole front section of the booklet that has the different applications of like how to make an ointment, how to make a spray, how to make a liniment. We're going to do a video of how to do each one of the applications and make that available to you guys so that you can sit and watch it at any point in time on how to make all the different, you know, ointments, massage oils, things like that, and have it be a video. So that will be available to you here shortly as well. And so when that's available, we'll just always make that available to the students. So, but with that, let's just talk about basal for a few minutes, because we're going to have to break here in a little bit because we have a different study group that's going to be happening for the advanced angel class.
Can I get 2 more questions in?
Oh, 2 more questions. Sorry. Real quick.
So one was, would it be a good idea to smell wormwood after this profound process? You've said before that it seals it in.
Yeah, if you want to smell wormwood after this, a great way to stimulate the parasympathetic state and really integrate it. Wormwood would be a great thing to do if you had it. Yeah, sure.
And then another one that was earlier on was about being able to see what is coming up, the events. And so we know the Plant Prana Facebook is not always up to date. I think it only has through May 15th. So Plant Prana, I know I keep nailing this in your guys' head, but Plant Prana Q&A, we're going to do our best to keep the events up to date. Once the website's up, that'll have all the events. So for everybody to remember, Tuesday, Greg will be doing his thing. We'll post that on Plant Prana Q&A, and we'll have Sarah post it on the regular Plant Prana Facebook page. Saturday is the one-day class. It's a full relationship class. You get the oils, kit, and everything. And then the following following Saturday, Greg will be doing a free class again. And we'll have all those events on Plant Prana Q&A and the Plant Prana Facebook page for now.
Yeah, so check either of the Facebook pages, but we're gonna try to have the long schedule on the Plant Prana Q&A class. So next week is the one day relationship class, and then 2 weeks is the other review class. So, and then this Tuesday night is also a review class. And so we'll send out a thing on Facebook again over tomorrow. And so everything will be posted. So if you keep checking the sites, there's going to be a bunch of study groups happening over the next month or so. So keep checking the sites, because there's going to be a bunch of free study groups. So, okay, let's just talk about basal for a few minutes. So basil in different traditions is also known as like a death herb, or in the African tradition they call it devil chaser. And part of it is that it's so calming and soothing that when a person's near transition, it helps clean the body, it calms and soothes the body, and helps make the transition very smooth for somebody who's close to passing. And so, you know, we've even used it on animals where the animal's real agitated as they're getting ready to pass. And you just rub some basil like in your hands and then rub it along their spine. And they'll usually calm down really quickly, and then they'll lay down and transition. And so it's very, very calming and soothing. Now, it's very good for insect bites. Some people use it as an insect repellent. I've never really used it for that. I think things like citronella or Cape May work better, but anything that has a strong scent usually has a bit of an insect repellent effect, and so basil could be used for that. But one of the places where basil really shines is in the respiratory tract. It's really good for our sinuses. It's really good for your sinuses. Part of the issue with sinuses is a lot of times, you know, there's allergies, but a lot of sinus issues can be stress related. And so it takes some of the tension and some of the stress out of this particular part of the respiratory tract and helps the mucous membranes to function properly. It also has a breaking down effect on some of the mucus. So it's very good for the nervous system and for stress. So it also is used for bronchitis and a thing called paradoxical breathing. And paradoxical breathing is when your breath, instead of inhaling how your abdomen would expand, when you inhale, it actually compresses. It's like your respiratory system flips, right? And this starts to cause havoc on the nervous system and brain function and causes a lot of body tension. And so basil is one of the ways that you go through and unwind this type of breathing. Shortness of breath also is tied to paradoxical breathing. It's also tied to anxiety and eventually could turn into a panic attack. And so part of the thing with basil is it has a very strong antispasmodic effect. Very, very good for stress-related conditions and that shortness of breath or just stress in the respiratory tract. For the menstrual cramps and painful periods, you can take a few drops internally, but take a little bit, like a few drops in lotion, and then rub it on the lower abdomen, and a lot of times it will reduce the cramps substantially. The nervous system, it's very good for fatigue, it's very good for anxiety, it's very good for depression, it's very good for stress-related conditions that are associated with depression or turn into depression. So sometimes a person is pushing really hard and then eventually that turns into a form of depression. Basil is really super good for that. You could use it for migraines, you can use it for insomnia. You know, a fuzzy head has to do with poor lymphatic function. You know, your head's just foggy or fuzzy. Basil does help stimulate lymphatic function. And so it helps the brain to detoxify. Mental fatigue is another way of saying that is just stress in the mental body. So basil is a great nerve tonic. It is one of the best things for your nervous system. So any sort of nervous debility, nervous tension, nervous fatigue, neurasthenia, anything of this nature, any depressive states, basil works really super well for. Basil is also super cleansing. It's very cleansing to the physical body, emotional body, but especially the mental body. It's considered a restorative. So if a person has really been off center, out of balance, overworked, fatigued, whatever, basil helps get that person back to center. And so I would say almost every day I take a few drops of basil internally. You know, I might rub it on the skin, I might put a few drops on the skin, but almost every day I take a few drops of basil internally. And part of it is just, you know, with lifestyles the way they are today, basil is invaluable to dealing with stress levels and change and overstimulation. It's one of the things that I also give people where there's brain fatigue It's what I give stroke victims. It's a good mental stimulant. It improves brain function. It improves function of the nervous system. It helps to reduce the polarizing effect in the emotional body. So they use it sometimes for schizoid personalities. So people who are so detached, like in a negative way, like they're detached emotionally, they're detached mentally, they feel distant and have an inability to connect with something. Basil works really good for that. Now, part of like a schizoid type, personality type, is that they can be very polarized. They can be behaving one particular way, but then flip and be behaving another way. Or they could have really high morals and then do really negative things, right? That's almost starting to be a little bit of a schizoid personality. And so basil helps bring everything back to center, stops everything from being so polarized. It's very good for calming down spasms in the digestive tract. It aids digestion. Mixed with like lavender, neroli, or orange, chamomile. It's very good for reducing spasms in the body or protective spasms. Now this can be both physical and psychological. You know, splinting or just a protective mechanism, not allowing something in. Be it physically or psychologically, it helps to reduce those kinds of protective mechanisms. Good for inflammation of the nerves, used for shingles. It's a liver decongestant. Usually with that, I mix it with rosemary and tarragon. Mental exhaustion, again, the mental exhaustion, especially coupled with high blood pressure. Sometimes when somebody has high blood pressure, they'll be fine, and then all of a sudden, boom, they'll just get mentally exhausted really fast. Basil helps to eradicate that. Arthritic conditions mixed with things that are anti-inflammatory. Usually I'll mix it with a bit of helichrysum for arthritic conditions and then just rub it directly on the spot. If anything, if you were to boil it down, basil, it just has a strong sense of bringing you like a strong sense of inner well-being. And so in different traditions, it's used to cultivate an aspect of the love aspect of God. So Tulsi or basil is used as by devotees to Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu is the love aspect in the Hindu tradition. And so it helps to cultivate the love aspect. So any sort of stress-related conditions, basil is your go-to thing. Again, good for spasms, good for tension in the body, good for stress in the respiratory tract. I've used it also for treating food poisoning, any sort of spasms in the gut, infection. Basil is good for any of these kinds of things. So we posted this information in the Pranic Plant Prana question and answer. I don't know why I keep saying that, Pranic. It's Plant Prana question and answer. And there's a little section that just says basil, and you just drop that piece of information. So go ahead and drop that into some of your notes, and there'll be more to come. Probably next will be hyssop and mugwort. And so over the next couple of days, I'm going to start dropping just different pieces of information about different oils. So basil was a good one to start with. So I hope you guys enjoyed. We're going to call this session a day. And the ones that are doing the advanced angel review, I'll see you in about 30 minutes.
Okay, 3 questions. Is basil different than holy basil?
Any of the basils will work.
And do the oils expire?
The only oils that go, I would say go bad, but they become acidic are citrus peels. After about 3 to 4 years, they'll start to become acidic. But other than that, essential oil will have a life of 10, 15, 20 years. Some of the oils are even better as they age. So especially heavier oils. So like the oud that I get sometimes is aged 40 to 50 years. So things don't necessarily go bad. The scent might change, but the oils are still good.
Which pattern with basil for paradoxical breathing?
The respiratory pattern. You would go through and do the respiratory pattern for the paradoxical breathing.
All right, and thank you all.
Okay, you guys, thank you.
you.
So glad. Hopefully I'll see some of you guys on Tuesday night.
Thank
you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone. Thank you, Greg.
Chris, did you have a question? Or you're good?
Thank you.
Yes, I was wondering, I've been battling an ear infection for 3 weeks now, and I was wondering if there is an oil that would be helpful for it.
An ear infection. Is it still clogged?
Yes, it's still clogged. I've had 3 different runs of antibiotics now, low-dose steroids, antihistamines. It's been rough.
Do you have any cinnamon or cassia?
I do have cinnamon.
Why don't you put a drop of cinnamon in water and take that in the morning over the next couple of days, and let's see if that doesn't knock it out. And then after 3 days, contact Sam and let me know if it didn't work, and we'll try something different. But I think cinnamon should knock it out for you.
Okay, just a drop of it in water.
Just a drop in water and then drink it. Stir it up really good so it doesn't burn your lips.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're so welcome.
All right, thanks guys. Have a good night.
See you in a minute.
Yep.
Thank you.